Aloha, friends. It's very warm, so I have my AC on. If you're wondering what that noise is in the background when I talk, it's that. But it's far too warm to turn it off. I'm just gonna get into it because I was having some problems. So I feel like I wasted a lot of time. But how is everybody? How are ya doing? Feels like it's been a while since I've been on the stream. Just to be lower. Speaking of lowering things, let me turn down this music a little as well. Doing swag. I don't know if I'm doing that good. I've been alright. Actually... I'm looking at like a reference photo of some people in a field. And the field kind of obscures their lower body.
A fine kind of bear he turned out to be. He didn't even know how to act like a bear.
Turnip, welcome. But also 19 months, jeez. Yeah, the like grass or whatever is like obscuring their lower body. Trying to account for that. With water instead. You missed me in the stream. I'm sorry I was gone. Probably more like that. Aimless, I'm kind of hungry. I don't know if I can assist with all those things, but kind of want this to be this arm instead, actually. So that's what I'll do. Upper torso, lower torso. Which means this probably goes here, this probably goes lower. Here. Bring out as well. Probably pull this up here. Which means all of this needs to move. This way. And while I'm moving things around, it needs to be wider. And this needs to be more forward. Which means this leg needs to come more forward as well. Further down here, that's further up there. Probably more like that. Curved. Wider neck. Hair, kind of. I think maybe I'll actually put this here. Put this there. Okay, that. I was thinking this would be a Tank and Jesse one, yeah, but it could also work for Rouse and Kai. Be getting real confusing with those squiggles there. Okay, so this like that shape or like that shape. I'll bring his shoulder up a little higher here. Come further that way some. Oh, I just thought of a fun thing. And everyone's staying. The fun thing. The fun thing is, now I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm going to really convey this. Is the true secret challenge of this particular drawing. Can probably actually let me this back this way some more. The secret fun thing is that Jesse still doesn't like to swim with Tank without a shirt on. But Tank also doesn't want Jesse to get his shirt wet, so he was like, you can borrow my shirt, and that's the fun thing. Jesse's the one with the tank top this time. He's feeling some emotions about it. I think it would be kind of big on him though, so I'll bring it like way down here. A variation of flustered. It's the classic. Can't go wrong with a classic. I think I might have enough to figure this out. Oh wait, I super don't have anything figured out for these hands actually. Whoops. Okay. So I probably want like this sort of shape. That's where that is. That goes like there. That goes like here. that way. Need to be careful to not make him like too muscly. These fingers are too big, I think. But think he's like, oh no. It's true. Although in truth, if he was with anyone else, he wouldn't care about the shirt thing, probably, in general. But, you can flip the canvas. Sometimes I think back to, I feel like I talk about him a lot on these streams, but it makes sense, I suppose. Think back to one of my drawing professors, when we all started, wait, is this the right way? Yes. Why did I double think about that for a minute? Back when I had to take drawing classes, there was a point in one of the classes where I don't like this hand at all now, actually. Where we were drawing stuff and the drawing professor would kind of walk around. And then at one point he like grabbed someone's like, we had those like giant sketchbook things for like figure drawing type stuff. And he like grabbed someone's sketchbook at one point and like flipped it upside down. He was like, why are you trying to draw something this way when you know it's upside down, like the other way? He's like, you can turn it around. Like, it's not bolted down. You can flip your sketchbook around if it'll help you get a better angle on what you're trying to draw. And I think about that sometimes, when I'm like, oh yeah. I don't know why I'm like beating my head against the wall for this thing when I can just flip it around. Make it not difficult on myself. Okay, so that's probably where we want this. This needs to be a little shorter, I think, though. A little more like that. I should note that he wasn't like doing it to pick on that kid. It was a thing that he saw like 4 or 5 people doing, so he was like, okay, let me put a stop to this. If you're drawing a thing, remember that you can always flip your thingy around, whatever it is that you're drawing. Whether it's a piece of paper, your tablet, your workspace, whatever. Oops. I think this needs to be where it's the problem here. Closer here. Something about this doesn't look right. Oh, it's probably because you didn't see his face from that angle. It would probably be closer to profile than anything. His eye needs to go this way. Up. This way. Oops. Something like that. Probably be higher up this way. That would be higher that way. Don't know that I need to show his mouth here, so I don't think I will. I lied. I'm going to anyway. Okay. Down. I didn't draw the other eyebrow. Something like that. I've once again drawn the head too big. Classic maneuver. Wouldn't be a proper drawing without having to resize a head that I've drawn too large. Also, hello to everybody who I didn't say hello to before. How are you doing? I hope all is well. Bring us even further down here, I think. That should be fine for him. Okay. So now we want this drastically affects what's going on back here. Need to be probably more like that. Would be maybe a little bit smaller. That's right. I knew this would probably be more like that instead of the way it usually would be. That would probably be more like that. Today was an extra day. Oh no. My condolences. A little lower. I need to be a little closer. Probably also need to be smaller. I had a feeling this one was going to be too big as well, so kind of getting ahead of that before it becomes a problem. Teeth here. I just not just do them. That sort of kinda needs to be further back. Line needs to line up. And that. Yes, Donnie, it is Tank and Jesse this time. And Skyrim, nice. I haven't played Skyrim in such a long time. It always kind of surprises me that there's still like so much attention given to that game considering how old it is, you know? There's so many like mods and stuff for it at this point. But it's like a wholly different game than it once was when I played. Oops. I know what you mean, Maximus. Try not to get too down. Happens to everybody. I was kind of feeling that just yesterday, in fact, which is part of the reason that I hate missing a stream. Because even when I'm like kind of bummed out, if I'm still streaming, you guys are usually pretty great. Stranger Things, very good. And that's all I'll say about it, because it's still kind of new. Group therapy. Man, can I say, I dislike the phrase group therapy solely because of the random group therapy, like electronic techno-y music that I get recommended to me on Spotify. Where it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna check out all of my weekly song recommendations, and one of them is like literally just like someone on a radio show answering, like taking calls or whatever, and that counts as a track. And then at some point it's like group therapy from above and beyond, and I'm like, no, I hate this. This isn't a song. I've missed out on a whole song that could have been recommended to me. It's so upsetting. Little ASMR. Oh, you want me to continue to whisper for the rest of the stream? I feel like it's bad ASMR with my air conditioner blasting in the background, though. I think part of what's bothering me here is his mouth being so low. Because his mouth is low, and I haven't accounted for that with his jaw. That's one that's kind of easy to forget, is jaws be like hinges. Or like on a hinge, you know? So like if someone's mouth is open real wide, their chin has to come down kind of far. Easy to forget about. I think I'm probably gonna mess with that a little more later. Okay. It's probably more like this shape this time, because these are like curvy-inny. Would be out here, that would be out here. I'm gonna bring that this way. Those not exactly lined up. And art stream at the start of June. Speaking of people eating well, Pokemon Twitter has been all about it today. Y'all see the Pokemans? You guys excited for Lechonk? Probably still too big. I'm gonna bring his head forward some. Here. Lechonk. Everyone's new favorite Pokemon, apparently. I don't like his face, and I can't tell why. Let me flip it. Sometimes that is all it takes. And this is no different. Because it's too wide. The Fire Crocky. I was just talking to a friend earlier about this, and I'm still reserving my judgment for the starters. They're not gonna get me like they did last time. I was all excited for Sobble. And he had to go be a weirdo in the last form, and I was like, oh no. I don't like that at all. Some weird sniper pervert. Didn't appreciate him at all. So now I'm reserving my judgment for for the final forms. But the little chili pepper is definitely a front runner at the moment. little chili pepper and water duck friend. Chili pepper and Cecil if he was a duck. Someone on Twitter said that the duck radiates like rich kid antagonist energy, so now all I can think of is Cecil if he was a duck for that Pokemon. Crybaby to Emo Sniper did not in fact work for me. I was not okay with that particular turn of events. New Graves TF lore. I didn't read it yet. Did they like make that canon now? Though, I assume. Because it felt like they kind of like changed it to be a more of an implication type thing a little while back. Like the last time they started doing stuff with them in the lore. And I was like, oh, this feels like pandering. So, maybe it's good. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't read it yet. So, if it's not too pandery, then I guess it's fine. I just played that game again recently. It's been the first time in like years, it feels like. Although it hasn't really been that long. Probably just like a few months, but I was like, oh no, I'm not gonna know how to do anything. And then I was like, oh wait, it's still be the same game. I don't intend to go back for any extended period of time though, so don't be afraid. Fear not, my child. I was just looking for something to play, and I was like, I haven't played this game in a long time. I played one game, and I was like, oh, that's all I needed. Now I'll never play again for another few months. I think that's probably fine. Need to move these boys to the center. Still not loving his face here, man. Dang. Maybe it's the eyes being too curved. That's not it. Why don't I like this? Oh. That ain't bad. I don't hate that. Or at least not yet. I'm sure I will when I flip the canvas back around. For now, though, I don't hate it. Which means that can move over, which means this can move over. Sure. I don't know if you'd actually be able to see that from here, but I'm gonna do it anyway. It wouldn't. It would be closer to there. That feels like part of it. Trying to figure out like what it is about this that I'm not liking. I think that's fine. No, Tank does not style his hair in that way, it just is that way. It's his secret to very good hugs. Or something. I don't know if I actually need that line there at all. I may not. I don't think I do. It's a little bit better. Something like that. I guess. It's ever so slightly too big for him, Maximus. And yes, it is Tank shirt. I don't know if I said that out loud, but I mentioned that earlier. if I need that there. Okay, so this is more like this shape now. That needs to be moved. Go down here, like that. More like that shape. More over here. That's more like that. More over here. Is more like that. Just to come further down. I'm just gonna pull that way. Something like that, I think. Okay. Here. Something about this that I don't like. I think it's this. That shape. It needs to be a little bigger. I can't tell if his head's too big. I think I know what part of this problem is. Okay. It's a little smaller. It's that way. actually. This needs to be... Ah. No. Hello? Procreate, please. It's like you either get way too skinny or way too wide and nothing between. This is looking more like it. Okay. And this head is more like here. More like there. That shape. That shape. I guess that's fine. Okay. I need... What? I need like a horizon line, kind of here-ish. Comes up a little further. There-ish. Kind of see that is. Got another one here. That. So one. I think. I think that's probably fine. Okay. Is this the palette I want to use? Not really. Kind of want to do like a sunset-y thing, so I think I will do that. Where's my... that one sunset that I use? It's around here somewhere. There it is. just go with this for now. It's fine. I'm going to bring this a little bit lower. Just for the sake of making it very apparent that this is not, in fact, his shirt. Oh no. Hank and Jesse being the same size. Yeah, they're probably pretty close. They probably have like the same shirt size, but one of them, like, they're probably much tighter on Tank. If that makes sense. But he also cuts the sleeves off of like everything, so kind of evens out, I guess. Trying to think of some other stuff that I've watched since the last time I streamed. But it's all stuff that I would like not want to talk about because of like potentially spoiling things. Like Stranger Things and like the Obi-Wan show. Although, one thing I will say about that is, you know, a lot of stuff online about the one lady on that show. It's been disappointing, but not surprising, I guess. Considering how wild the fan base for Star Wars is. Like, I've always only kind of been like a casual Star Wars person, because I never really grew up with it. Like, I had seen Star Wars, but I didn't like care until I was like older, you know what I mean? Like, old enough to really understand what was happening. So because of that, I don't ever really have like that super diehard connection that it feels like some folks have for that particular property. Where my favorite tweet about it that someone said was Star Wars is just like a property where someone shows up and people applaud. Like a character appears and people clap. I don't remember her name. But the one black girl that everyone's mad about. because Star Wars fans are the most messed up, it feels like. She's been getting a lot of hate, like the one Asian girl from the one movie. You can tell how clearly I love Star Wars. I don't remember any of these character names. Oh man. But like the main antagonist girl for the Obi-Wan show so far has been getting a lot of like internet hate, but again, that's like, it just kind of feels like that's what happens with Star Wars like every time. Which is messed up. Yeah, I think she's really cool. I don't remember her name, but I like her a lot. But then again, I'm pretty sure I'm a bad Star Wars fan because again, I don't know the names of most people or places. I don't know a lot of the proper nouns, and also like uh the one that I've seen the most and is therefore probably my favorite is episode 3. Yeah, Moses something. I forget her name. I think she's doing a really good job though. I'm like interested in the character. I care about her goals. She seems like a believable person with believable motives and an accurate and believable portrayal of said emotions and motives. So like I don't get it. Other than just, you know, prejudices. Which is a real shame, because I think she's great. Uh, Actually, I can probably do all this on. I'm gonna do all this on one thing. Moses Ingram does sound right. I don't know if sometimes I read stuff on the chat and I'm not sure if I say it out loud. This is one of those times. But yes, Moses Ingram does sound accurate and correct to me. Huh. Um, yeah, I like stopped thinking about what I was talking about for a little bit there, but I do enjoy that character, even though I don't remember their name at all. I also just like her design, like her costume and hair and junk all looks really cool together. Feels like a rare design for a villain, you know? Or an antagonist, I should say. Yeah, the Inquisitor. I think I need to just draw this line first, and then worry about the thumb after. But I thought that movie was pretty neat. One of those movies that feels like it could eventually have become some other thing. Like it could have had multiple entries in some sort of franchise. If it would have like really taken off, but it didn't, as far as I'm aware. Would I watch Morbius? I did watch Morbius. I wasn't aware. Okay, so the thing about me is, if I know that I'm going to see a film, I do not watch the previews for the film for as long as possible. Sometimes it's unavoidable. Like I'll be in a theater to watch something and then a preview will come on for another thing that I wanted to watch. So those type of things I can't avoid, right? So Morbius being a Marvel property, I was like, oh, I guess I'm gonna go see this because it's a Marvel movie. So if I don't go see this like right away, the whole internet's gonna ruin it and spoil it. But I didn't realize until I sat down in the theater that it was like one of the non-MCU Marvel movies. I was like, oh, I guess I didn't really need to come see this, because it's not going to tie into any of the other Marvel movies. Except for like Venom or whatever. That was already strike one against this movie. Strike two was the fact that they put me in like the like mid renovation theater in the movie theater that I was in. They were like, no one's coming to this film, and they were correct. No one else was there. There was like one older couple. I was like, oh man, no one cares about this movie. And then the movie like happened, and let me tell you, the memes about it are justified. That film is not a great film. But yeah, it is a movie that happened. And I do intentionally choose those words because it's one of those movies that feels like it like things just occur. And you're like, oh, okay. I guess this is happening now. The part where he says Morbin time, yes. I like that Morbin time has become such a good meme. To the point where, like, it has legitimately confused people. That, I think, is my favorite part of it. Where I've seen, like, multiple people online going like, okay, but, like, does he really say Morbin time in this movie? Is this really a thing that happens? Which is also then usually followed by my favorite response to that question, which is that no one has seen this movie, so nobody knows for sure. if he says it in the film or not. It feels like a classic Tumblr bit, and I haven't had one of those in a while, it feels like. I miss that style of comedy. So to see it come back for this movie is pretty great. But it's also a double-edged sword because apparently now they want to make a sequel to this very bad movie. Because all the teens keep talking about it online, so they must love it. It's so popular with the youths on their TikToks and their tweeters. Yeah, if they do make a sequel and he doesn't say it's Morbin time, then like what's the point? They would have wasted the whole thing. I'm just gonna leave those solid this time, I think. No, I can't stop thinking about that stupid scene where the antagonist is like dancing while putting a suit on. And like how awful I think it is. Let's say this color for now. And if that changes, then... Is that true? Oh, that the part where he dances and puts a suit on? Yes, that part's true. That actually does happen. And it's bad. It's as bad as you think it is. He dances to a song that is like not good. I don't know what language it's in, but it's not English, and so it's already very funny. Just look for the clip and you'll find it, I'm sure. I just saw someone talking about it on Twitter like yesterday. And it reminded me that the scene existed, and it made me sad. But he like does some push-ups and then puts a shirt on and then like flexes while turning into a spooky vampire a little bit. And then dances some more and then continues to put clothes on until he has clothes on. And it was like, why? Why did you make me witness this? Ekvetica, hello, welcome. We're talking about Morbius. High School Musical that's about a vampire, no. That would actually be like passable for this particular scene. And this was not that. It was like bad. And not in like a High School Musical kind of bad, like where you could kind of be like, oh, I see what they were going for or whatever. It was like bad in such a way that like didn't service the plot in any way other than just like you could tell it was just like, oh, we just want to show this guy without a shirt on. That's it. So it was like, oh, why did this, of all the scenes in this movie, why is this one that was not cut? I also heard that Jared Leto was like insufferable on this movie. Because he's like all, I'm gonna be a method actor, kind of. And Dr. Morbius can't like walk without crutches. So apparently he just also didn't, like he refused to walk without crutches during the filming of this movie. But like even when they were doing the scenes like after the fact, he still like the parts where he could walk, he still refused to, apparently. But it would take him forever to get anywhere because he wasn't used to walking with crutches. So apparently they had to like put him in a wheelchair and some of the PAs would like wheel him around on set to get him to where he needed to go on time. Which is like infuriating because even if it's like you can walk, you can do this. You're not even required to not walk in this particular scene. And he just wouldn't. And they still had to push him around on the thingy. It was like, why are we doing this? Also, yes, over the cult leader thing, but apparently he's also just generally insufferable. Although, for the sake of fairness, I will say that I cannot confirm nor deny because I was not personally there, but I'm still pretty sure. I don't like that there. So I'm gonna take it out. Yeah, I agree, Maximus. Also, Cosmos, hello. I agree. There's nothing wrong with method acting. Some folks are very good at it and have produced good results. But sometimes people just do it because they think it'll make them good, and then it doesn't do that. So it's like, why are you doing this thing? What is the point? Like, they do it in such a way that like doesn't aid them or their performance. It just, like, they do it for the sake of being able to say that they did it afterwards. Sometimes is what it feels like to me. A casual observer. It's the most movie of all time. I mean, it was a film. It does have a runtime. It was in a movie theater that I sat in. I do kind of like that it's so bad, though. Because it had been a while since I had seen, like, a very bad movie. Like, I don't often put myself into such a situation where I'm like, oh, that movie was bad. And also, I'm usually very forgiving with movies. Where I'm like, oh, I understand, like, especially because I watch, like, a lot of behind-the-scenes style stuff. I love watching how they, like, do special effects and things like that. So I can usually give the movie, like, some form of, like, oh, I understand that the team probably worked really hard on this, or they probably had, like, a very strict deadline, so they had to make certain decisions. So I can usually be very, like, forgiving as far as my opinion of a movie, which is sometimes a detriment when I'm trying to recommend things to people. So it was kind of nice to, like, see a thing that I could just legitimately be like, oh yeah, that was, like, bad. Like, don't don't watch this movie. He wasn't doing method acting right. Yeah, exactly. He's apparently terrible and awful and the worst. But again, I'm not an actor, nor do I work on a film set. So for the sake of treating everyone fairly, I cannot confirm or deny the veracity of the claims that he is a terrible person. Is this in a movie? I don't know, man. Maybe I'm being Truman Showed. You can never be sure anymore. This whole time it's been hashtag content and I've not been aware. Man, but if, like, I was to get Truman Showed, like, if I'm being Truman Showed at some point, I gotta question the director. Like, this is a very boring, very boring show. If I'm being Truman Showed at any point in my life. Not entertaining at all. It's like, yo, do you want to watch some dude lay in a bed and binge watch Netflix for, like, a whole day? Like, oh yeah, did you check out the show? Yeah, I loved that episode over the weekend where he just sat down and watched the entire new season of Stranger Things in one sitting. That was my favorite part. all a simulation? Maybe. We're all secretly in the metaverse. We've been there the whole time. Oh no. Just hanging out with the Zuck. Ah, I forgot that I didn't plug this in this whole time. Wake me up. Can't wake up. What's Evanescence up to? Are they still making music? I haven't thought about them in a long time. Everything Everywhere All at Once is one of my favorite movies now. It's very good. If you haven't seen that movie, please go see that movie. I don't want to talk about that movie though, because it's much better if you go into it not knowing anything about it. So, if you haven't seen it, please go see it. You're doing yourself a disservice by not seeing it. If you went and saw Doctor Strange and were like, man, if only the multiverse was cool, go watch Everything Everywhere All at Once, because they do it a lot better in that movie. Where things occur in a way that makes sense. What a concept, am I right? I think this is the color for this sky. I already hate this though, so maybe not that. I think it's usually like this. And then do like a gradient thing. Yeah. Yeah. Get so nervous because it's been hyped up so much. Honestly, if you just go into it expecting to like see a fun movie, then like that's all you need. Don't worry about the hype too much. But like anything, if it's been hyped up like far too much, then like it could never possibly live up to the hype. So just try to go into it not knowing anything about it as best you can. I enjoyed it. I know a lot of other folks who have enjoyed it, but at the same time, like all of my like usual friends that I like am on voice chat with for like D&D, for example, when they complained about stuff that happened in Doctor Strange, I was like, oh yeah, I like the way that they handled this in Everything Everywhere All at Once much better. And then they were like, I haven't seen that. And I was like, why? Go watch it. It's much better than that other movie. So, yeah. If you saw the Marvel film and you were like, I don't really care about the multiverse anymore after this movie, I implore you to watch Everything Everywhere instead. And then give your multiverse judgment afterwards. Because it's much goofier, but also it makes more sense. IMO. Not that Doctor Strange didn't really make sense, but it just wasn't like as entertaining. And when you're seeing a movie, that's what you want, is just entertainment. Or maybe it wasn't as entertaining to me because I enjoyed Everything Everywhere so much that I was like comparing the two in my head. Because I went and saw Everything Everywhere, not opening weekend, but the weekend after. Because opening weekend, I was too... I just remembered a stupid... So I went to see Morbius opening weekend, and then the week after, Everything Everywhere came out. And Morbius was so bad that I was like, I don't think I'm like able to see a movie again this soon. So I didn't go to the movies when Everything Everywhere came out. Because Morbius was so bad that I needed a breather. So I was like, no, I think I'm good. Yes, Maximus, it was that bad. If you're planning on watching Morbius, watch it with friends and watch it at home where you can talk over it. I feel like that's the only way that you can really enjoy that movie. Is if you're just sort of talking over it and roasting it the entire time with your friends. But if you're like going into it to expect like fine cinema, you're gonna have a bad time. Yes, Turnip, it was. It was me and like an older couple in the theater when Morbius came out. Although I usually, like I don't work Fridays because I work Sundays usually. So I usually go see movies on Friday. And so, like on a Friday afternoon, there's not normally a ton of people in the theater that I go to. So that's not like terribly unexpected. However, there were less people than even normal for that amount of people. You know what I mean? Like, there's not normally a lot of people when I go to the movies, but even for that, it was not a lot of people when I went to see Morbius. Oh, did America Chavez get like nerd threats online? We were just talking about that earlier with I forget her name again. Moses Ingram, I want to say. I was also a little disappointed by the writing for America Chavez. Like, it makes sense when you consider what was happening in the movie. But also, I just really like America as a character. I've always really enjoyed her character design. And in most stories that I've read with her in them, she's like the muscle, right? So her job is to show up when stuff needs punched. So because she was like extra young and just figuring out how her powers work in this movie, she was like very timid and scared a lot of the time, or more timid and scared than I would have expected her to be. So that like kind of disappointed me a little bit, but it made sense for the movie, so I wasn't like too angry about it. It's like, oh man, I was hoping she would be more down to punch stuff. But for a lot of that movie, she was not. Which is not the fault of the actress, I should mention aloud, or fear of being misinterpreted. It is the writing. It is not her fault. For the sake of the plot, she couldn't be as oriented. Because it was the Doctor Strange movie and not the America Chavez movie. Seeing America did make me like kind of excited for I was like, oh, America's here. Maybe someday we'll get Nova in the MCU. Maybe it'll happen. Even if it's just the Rider Nova and not the Sam Alexander Nova that I enjoy. As long as it's a Nova, I'll be excited. But the Sam Alexander Nova was one of the first like series that I was like really reading from Marvel Comics. I have a great affinity for that first few stories. I feel like I haven't really kept up with him at all because he had his own series for a while, and then he didn't, and then he became part of the Champions, and then I was like, I don't care. It's so hard to keep up with folks who are like part of a team in comics because it's like, oh, do you want to know why they're acting this way? You better go read 17 issues of a completely unrelated story that happens at the same time as this and explains why they're mad or whatever. And it's like, I don't want to do that. I barely have time to read the one that I'm reading right now. You expect me to go read a whole other thing? Which I guess is the point of the team-up collab style comics in general, but it's exhausting. Again, as a casual observer of things. Yeah, I agree, Donnie. She definitely felt more like a MacGuffin than like an actual character. Which again is the writing, not not the actress. But I knew as soon as like they were like, oh yeah, here's her backstory, and it was like accurate, I knew she was gonna get hate. Just for the fact that she comes from a planet of like all super powerful ladies and stuff, and she has two moms, and she herself is like a lesbian character. I was like, oh no. Feels like it's gonna be a bad time for this person. Through no fault of her own. Like it happened in the theater, it came on, and I saw a person like get up like they were about to leave. They stayed, but I thought they were leaving, and I was like, oh no. I was concerned. Ah. This? No. I think what I need here is to be like this. Yeah. Something like that. I think. I mostly just need it to be like enough that you can see it on the stuff in the back. I think that's probably fine. I'm just gonna leave it and come back to it later if it's not fine. This is our background. Turn all these off now. These are the sketch layers. Okie dokie. I am back on my usual shenanigans, and we're just gonna do the normal colors and then apply some filters to change the colors later. Because trying to stick to a particular palette is exhausting and annoying sometimes. So we're not gonna do that today. I don't wanna. See you later, Aru. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, I remember that thing. There was a question that I was gonna ask at the start of the stream, and then I completely forgot to ask, so I'm going to ask now. Okay, so I've been planning a D&D campaign, right? And without giving too much away, Ryan, hello. Without giving too much away about this campaign, one of the locations is a fantasy nightclub. And I cannot decide on a name for this fantasy nightclub. I want it to be like a single word. And ideally be somehow related to like the charm condition for reasons. The two names that I was like stuck on for a lot of today while I was thinking about it was like calling it like trance or calling it like gravity, because it pulls you in, you know? But also those sound like bad names. So I was gonna see if you guys had any other name suggestions for me. And Ryan, do not worry, I understand. Sometimes that happens when I go to speak actual literal words. And then you say like 4 things all at once, and it's not incoherent speech. So like, I get it. You do not have to worry, friend. I understand. Ooh, glamour is pretty good. Or like glam. I like it being like 1 syllable. Like glam. Coming to glam. Although the more I say it, the weirder it sounds. So maybe not glam. But I do like it. I don't have a ton of like stuff figured out for what's gonna be in this fantasy nightclub. I just have like the general layout and the main thing that I want to have happen there. So I was hoping that finding out like a name would help me to figure out like the type of people that would be there or the types of other things that would be going on. I'm also like slightly disappointed for this thing that I'm doing. So like if you were to think of it in terms of like chapters, right? Like the locations and things that are going to occur in this campaign. You're to think of it as like chapters. I've been stuck on trying to figure out chapters 6 and 7 in this 7-chapter story that has not even really begun. But I want to get it mostly finished before we start playing, because we're still in the middle of another campaign. But I feel like if I get it mostly done, it means I'll have less to like do during the week when we actually begin to play, and therefore I will be more likely to be able to run the game. But I thought I had an idea for chapter 6, and I went through a lot of it, and then I was like, this doesn't actually fit like tonally with everything else that was going on. So now I basically have like this like spooky one shot that I have just like in my quiver of things I can do later. Ooh, Dusk is pretty good. I kind of like Dusk. While I was trying to come up with names, I kept thinking of Stefan from SNL. And like like fantasy Stefan talking about this club. And the type of name that you would expect for something like that. It's like the hottest fantasy club. It's called Dusk. They've got everything. Stuck on chapter 5 of a 5-part story though. That's tough. I tried to think of the ending. Yeah, Stefan is like one of my favorite SNL peoples. But yes, the story thing. I tried to think of the ending as early on as I could, because I feel like it will be more interesting for the people playing the game if they have like hints of the ending when they begin. So then it will seem more like, oh, he planned this. He was doing this from the beginning, the whole time. there, so I'm not gonna worry about those. Um, but yeah, part of it is like only going to work for like my friends because I know that the things that I'm referencing, and just in some cases like for the music stuff, that because we're playing on Roll20, so part of it has been me figuring out what music to play for each of these areas. So part of it is like just music from stuff that I'm like 90% sure that they haven't seen. But if I was to do it in like an online situation for like people who watch the things that I watch, not that they don't watch the things that I watch, but these are things that I have much more confidence in the fact that I've seen and they have not. Even though the things are very good, but it just doesn't seem like the sort of things that like this particular group of friends would have engaged with. But yeah, so I had been wanting to do this thing ever since I heard about like a, not quite like a module that was coming out, but like a supplementary thing that included a list of locations for like your D&D campaign that you can just add in. Right? That was like the goal. It was like you can just put these in your game. You don't have to worry about them too much. But I liked all of them, so I was like, what if I did a whole campaign that was just these things? And I needed to have a reason for them to go do those things. And then from there it became like maybe not magenta. From there it became, how do I like, okay, they're going to all these places and doing all these things, but like why? And so that was why I started to try to think of like the ending of it, like what the overall point of it would be, rather than just have it like end. It felt like it should be building to something, you know? Which was kind of tough because the tone of it overall, I wanted to be fairly like lighthearted and goofy for a lot of the time. And it's hard to come up with like, here's the big evil villain of the story that you haven't been taking seriously the whole time. Let's say probably closer to here. But all that to say, I understand that the ending is hard, because I still only have like a vague idea of what I want the ending to be for this thing. It may change throughout the course of playing it, but I at least have the breadcrumbs that I want to start sprinkling in. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it's a goofy thing, and there is like a semi-serious villain, but it's also like kind of goofy, if that makes sense. Like the villain would be, if it was like a comedy duo, the villain would be like the straight man that like all the jokes are bounced off of, where that person is taking everything seriously, but nothing else up to that point would have been considered a thing that you would take seriously. Always feels weird when I do the blush lines like the opposite way. Because I always do them like that way. But sometimes I will try to do it the other way, and it just never works. But yeah, trying to think of the villain ahead of time so that I can sprinkle it into the goofy nonsense that happens has been where I'm at. But because of the nature of the game, I know things are probably going to change. And specifically, I have one friend who it seems like his goal every time is to somehow become the evil villain of the campaign. In some way, shape, or form. Whether it be like getting mind controlled by the big villain, or like just straight up getting there was one time where they got like fused with the main villain and became part of the main villain in the end. I feel like that's their goal every time, so because of this, I only have general plans for this villain. Because I'm fairly certain something stupid will happen and cause things to change. I have plenty of time, though. I thought our campaign was going to end in the most recent session that we played, because your boy got mind controlled by a curse on a really cool axe that I had. But I'm a big old barbarian, and it made me want to attack the party. So I was concerned for their safety for a very long time. But it was fine. They put me to sleep, and everything worked out okay. What color shorts? Maybe this color? Maybe? Perhaps? Let's see. It all worked out, and I had it's true. Although it wasn't a long enough nap for it to be, like, useful. It was just a minute. It wasn't enough for me to, like, heal and stuff. Which was a bummer. But that's also part of the reason why it worked when they put me to sleep, was because I was already, like, pretty banged up. From specifically trying to not trigger the curse. But then it didn't work out. Where is... Here it is. But yeah, it's been pretty fun building this little campaign adventure thing. Specifically through Roll20. it's given me a new appreciation for all the things that this online program can do. That you can't, well, you can do it if you're like playing traditionally with like paper and stuff. But it's not as easy. It's harder. Or in some cases, you can't actually do it. But like, for an example, a thing that I was just messing with earlier today is there's like a dynamic lighting feature that's pretty cool. So I can like set like a dungeon up so that it's dark until people like walk through it and it remains a mystery. I think that's pretty rad. I don't know if this color is the color I want to use. Specifically because of how light it is. It seems better. He is Ryan. Because Jesse doesn't like to swim without a shirt on, and Tank didn't want him to get his shirt wet. So he was like, now you can wear a shirt and not get your shirt wet. Everyone wins. I don't like this. I thought I might, but I do not. Ah. Doesn't really matter what I do here. So a lot of this is just gonna get blurred like this. Actually, let me just fill the whole layer with this color first. And same for this boy. We need this. Ah. Why did that not work? Oh. Bottom wasn't connected. Add on. And we'll do the same for this friend. more that I look at this, the more I have problems with this. When compared to the other arm. Unfortunately, oh no, unfortunately this arm I think looks good. But when compared to the other one, it looks too big. And the other one was giving me different problems, so I'm just gonna mess with this one for now. And I'm selecting like a bunch of layers all at once, which is why my selection looked weird there. Yeah, Jesse in a tank looks weird, but not like bad. Just not used to it, you know? Jesse in a tank looks weird in the same way that Tank in a long sleeve shirt looks weird. No, Jesse only has hair on his arms, a little on his legs, and on his chest area. But I didn't want to make him like too fuzzy everywhere, because it felt too similar to Felix. And I wanted Felix to be like the fuzzy one, you know? I had to make that particular call. Fill all this in. Normal at. Here it is. That off. This. I'm just gonna blur that layer again. Try to smooth out some of this stuff. That's a little better. It's doable. Okay, this is Jesse. This is Tank. These are the flat color layers. Okay, let's do the highlights now. I also don't remember the last time we've seen Jesse from behind in a way that you could see his back. Because I don't think it happens often. That's usually like a tank move, you know? Or like a Kai move if I really want to just draw his tattoos from a particular angle, but not usually a Jesse maneuver. trying to not get too carried away with the highlights here. This is one of those scenes that's like, man, sure is easy to do far too much. These highlights. It's still bothering me. I thought I could ignore it, but I cannot. One little dot right there. Oh, that was a thing I forgot to fix. Good enough. Oh, that was the thing I was going to talk about that wasn't a spoiler that I wanted to talk about for Stranger Things. I was like, there's something I want to talk about for this show, and I cannot remember what it is. I didn't want to say anything in case I couldn't remember the entire time, but I remember now. If you're watching the new Stranger Things, there's a new character in that season, and his name is Argyle. If you've ever wanted to know what sort of personality Tank and friends have, look at Argyle and think about Kai. And you will have found your answer. Think about Argyle mixed with Uncle Tito from Rocket Power, or whatever his name was. Those two together is Kai. It's not often that I see a thing and I'm like, oh, this character would remind me exactly of one of my goofy characters. So it's kind of funny to see it happen and be like, oh, it's him. Oh, he's here. It's the boy. You can watch the new one. And, I mean, I would say that you don't have to. You could just like skip ahead and see him, or at least like seek out a clip of him. But also I like that show, so I'm gonna say you should watch it anyway. Unless you don't like it, in which case, like, I'm not your dad, so do whatever you want, I guess. Another shift down. Nice. Congrats. You made it. It is very nice to see all of the references to 80s culture. Even though I didn't grow up with that time period, it's still just like kind of neat. Like the aesthetic is nice, and that time period has influenced a lot of things that I also enjoy, so still kind of cool. Because even though I wasn't like a part of that time, I still understand a lot of the references that are made just by means of like cultural osmosis, basically. Although I feel like I'm going to be hearing Running Up That Hill a lot more frequently than I used to, and I don't like that. Not that I don't like that song, but I feel like Stranger Things is causing a lot of people to discover that song for the first time, which means I'm going to see it a lot more frequently in social media. And I already don't care. The song's called Running Up That Hill. Yeah. No spoilers, but yeah, that song. Yeah, it's a good song. But it's one of those songs that's like referenced a lot in like various pop culture settings. Not just with like Stranger Things, but like even before that it would come up a lot, it feels like. So anytime I hear that song, I'm just like, oh, it's this song again. Like I don't really have any sentimental attachment to it other than just the fact that it shows up in stuff. And when it's there, it's usually for like the same type of reason. And so because of that, I'm like, I don't care. Like I understand and I appreciate, and it's a good song. Don't care. So I'm just like mentally trying to prepare myself for having to see it more often, I guess, is the thing. Good night, Hekvedka. Thank you for hanging out. May your rest be peaceful and your slumber sufficient. Or something. rolling their eyes over people discovering a song. Yes. That's what it feels like. It's like anybody who is even vaguely familiar with like 80s anything is aware of that song. So people like just now discovering it because of Stranger Things, it's like, oh no. Like you get really hipstery about it. Whether you intend to or not. But it just like is a thing. It's like, oh, I remember this song. I used to listen to this song before it was popular because of Stranger Things, and I don't want to listen to it now because it's popular because of Stranger Things. It's got that kind of vibe. I say this entirely embracing the fact that I am part of the problem. I have that general sentiment about this song. So, like, I understand. But it is pretty cool every now and again watching shows like that where it's like, oh, I didn't really know about this song, so I'm glad that I'm able to discover it now. So for that reason, I can't be like mad at the people who are like just now finding that song, because there are other songs like that in Stranger Things for me, where it's like I didn't know about this. I had like my retro playlist on this morning, which is why I'm thinking about this now. But I have like a retro playlist of like random like 80s-ish songs, most of which have been obtained through general like pop culture references lately. So I can't be like too mad about people discovering new music. But one of these days, I am gonna do, because again, I'm just thinking about this now because of this playlist that I was listening to. Now that we're talking about music, there's a song called "Crush on You" by the Jets that I enjoy very much, and every time I get the urge to like listen to an 80s-ish song, I end up listening to that song a bunch. Go watch the video for that song if you are not familiar, because the song is incredibly catchy, and the video is fun. It's very simple. It's just like the band playing on a stage and like dancing. But I don't know, something about it is like very fun to watch. Like the dance moves with the beat of the song. It's just like a very bouncy, fun song. But all that to say, one of these days I'm gonna use like lyrics from that song as a caption for a drawing with these two at some point in time. But we're not there yet. Yeah. It's called Crush on You. Or maybe just Crush. I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure it's Crush on You by the Jets. I would play it for you now, but I can't because Twitch will get mad at me. so I won't do that. Coincidentally, one of the other songs on this retro playlist is that song from Meatloaf, where he says he would do anything for love, but he won't do that. So really, it's coming all full circle for me here today. It'll happen someday, Turnip. You never know. One of these days. But now you're going to listen to that song and you're going to think of these boys. Maybe that was my plan all along for mentioning it. Who can say? But for a very long time, I wanted to rotoscope some of the dancing from the video for that song. And just have these boys, for example, do the dance moves. And I think that would be very fun to do. Because again, very bouncy and very dancey, and it seems like fun. But also, that's so much work. Like, I already don't want to do it because of how much work it is. Just to, rotoscope anything for any amount of time. Whoops. I forgot to do this, so let me see how this looks. It's actually not bad, so I'm gonna do it here now. The key to doing good, little under the water shadows I've found is to just sort of vaguely stay close to, what the thing under the water would be, like the silhouette of the thing that would be causing the shadow in the first place, if that makes sense. Oh wait, butt stuff. I don't know if we'll get that far. Not on me, not anywhere. You don't know me. You don't know my life. We were rooting for you. I don't know anything about that rant, but sometimes I wish I could quote that rant from, what was it, America's Next Top Model or something. And Tyra Banks like yells at a contestant. He's like, "We were all rooting for you. You don't know where I've been and what I've had to go through to get to where I am now. Blah 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 blah." Cave Johnson's Lemon Rant. Also pretty good. A classic rant. How dare you? Part beside the part that everyone quotes. Yeah. How did that get there? When did I do that? I don't remember doing that. Way to keep your lines from getting blurry. No, not that I've found, which is very unfortunate. It's one of the things that I like about Clip Studio Paint that Procreate doesn't do, which is vector lines, where you can just sort of tell it like, hey, these are gonna be lines, so I need them to be crisp and clean. Even if I have to resize things. But Procreate doesn't really do that. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, a lot of drawing programs don't really do that. The only one that I've seen that really does it is Clip Studio Paint. Unless you're like working in something specifically to make vector art, like Illustrator. But if you're doing comics in Illustrator, you're like a mad person. Just like, what are you doing? Clearly much more powerful than I am if you're doing comics in Adobe Illustrator. Always vector lines, yeah. That's the way to go, honestly. Like, it gives you so much flexibility that to, like, do it any other way feels like a waste. Unless you really, really don't care about your line art or you're going for a particular style that, like, having some weird blurry pixels is not a problem. But most of the time, if you're doing line art, that's not what you want. Illustrator is great. I use it all the time. I would never use it for comics, though. I actually used to hate Illustrator the most of all the design programs that I was learning to use when I was learning to use the design programs, the Adobe programs. Because I was so used to working with like Photoshop for like drawing things and stuff like that. So moving to Vector for Illustrator was like such a hassle for me. But now I use Illustrator more than any other Adobe program, just because of how convenient it is for like any random small adjustments that you need to make later. Like being able to do that stuff in a vector program is so helpful when you're like dealing with something and someone's like, oh yeah, that thing that you made for like our Facebook page, can we also make it into a poster and also a billboard? And it's like, I guess that is why you would use Illustrator, is to have that flexibility. Because if you were to try to do that in Photoshop, you would have like such a nightmare trying to resize any of those things for like a decent quality. It would be like so much additional work. Individual hairs on Illustrator. Yeah, that's a lot. I do my best to not draw a ton on Illustrator when possible. It's a lot of like breaking things down into shapes, which is kind of what I do when I'm drawing, so I guess it's helpful in that way to like learn how to do that. Where you're just sort of like thinking about, okay, I can make this shape by making like a circle and then a square and then merging those two things together, like that sort of stuff. In Illustrator, it's mostly as like a time-saving method, but it is also helpful to kind of think about sometimes for like from a drawing and illustration perspective. This would be not like that, actually. This would all be in darkness, except for that part, I think. But yeah, the idea of like drawing this style of drawing in Illustrator makes me sad, and I would rather not ever do it. It reminds me of like when I first got Photoshop and wanted to draw, but I didn't have a tablet, so I drew with like a trackpad. like my mouse, and how incredibly painful that was on my wrist. And from that moment on, I was like, oh, I'm just gonna save up and get a tablet, because this is insufferable. I'm not 100% if that shadow shape is going to work, but let's find out together. Not really. It's close though. I think I'll just do this and keep it kind of simple. I'm realizing now that I forgot like a whole portion of this side that's going to be in shadow if that part up there was already in shadow. Basically, I'm trying to keep my shadows consistent. So a lot more is going to be in shadow than I initially thought. Ah.
A fine kind of bear he turned out to be.
Ah.
He didn't even know how to act like a bear.
Arameus. You're too kind, thank you. I appreciate the sub. I hope you're doing well also. Would this be better? Not really. This is kind of not the worst though. Probably plan around it. Oh wait, it's like much later than I thought it was. Not that that's a bad thing. I keep forgetting that I started a little bit later because I was dealing with random updates. Yeah, right. The deadline. I would have been well past it at this point. Like an hour over. So I'm quite glad that I don't have that to worry about. Because this wouldn't be nearly as fun if I was like stressing about it and rushing through it right now. But we're just kind of chilling, so. Seven years. Yeah, I mean, I probably could have gone for longer. I'm kind of glad that I ended it when I did. Because my initial plan was to just kind of go until I messed up and missed a day. But ending it on like my own terms in that way probably did better for me mentally. Because if it was like me going until I like just kind of missed a day accidentally, I would just constantly like resent whatever it was that made me miss a day. As just like oh man, I would have done it if not for this thing. Like, oh man, I had to work late, and so I couldn't do the thing that I had been working towards, you know? And that wouldn't have been very healthy for me, probably. Just carrying this burden of a thing that, like, overall isn't really that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things, but it would have just been a thing that upset me. And only me. And that's it. But yeah, just in general, not having to worry about a time limit for these kind of things has been very nice. It means a much more chill atmosphere when doing the drawings. And I don't like that there for that, or the other one. It's more chill atmosphere, and it's like I can just kind of worry about what I want to do and not like if I have time to do it. That was always the hardest part. Would be like, oh, I have this really good idea for like a little mini comic I want to do, but will I have time to finish it and upload it before the time runs out? Oh no. And a lot of time the answer for that was no, because doing a whole comic in one day is kind of a lot. When you do all the steps that I want to do most of the time anyway, like the lighting and the color and all that fun stuff. But even if you don't want to do all those things, if you have like a level of quality that you want to achieve, doing a whole comic in a day is still like a large task. Not like a walk in the park exactly. Take so much brain juice, yeah. Like, I'm always amazed when I see the people who post like a whole comic every day as like just like a person online. Especially because I'm like, I don't think of myself as especially funny. And I feel like a lot of the time when I see those like comics that show up online like every day, they're usually pretty funny and shareable. And I don't really think of myself in that way. I've been told I have funny moments and stuff, but I usually don't consider myself very funny. Or at least not like funny enough to write joke comics consistently. Like, I can put a joke in a thing, but it's not usually like funny haha all the time. Oh yeah, page every day for the Halloween thing. That was a lot. That was also like a bad idea. Thinking back on it, there were so many other things that I could have done differently that would have made that not as bad as it was. But the major part of it that was what I would consider to be bad is the fact that I didn't plan any of it ahead of time. So it was just like whatever I thought would happen next that day. So there were like things that I wanted to get to that I couldn't get to, and stuff that I like started as a thing that I was like, oh, I'll finish this, and then never really did anything with. Or at least I didn't do as many of the things as I wanted to do with the things, you know? That makes sense? But yeah, it was one of those things where I had like kind of a couple of things that I wanted to do, and I knew that I probably wouldn't actually have time to do. But the main big one was one that I did end up getting to do, which was bringing Roz to the city to hang out with the boyses. That was the main big thing that I wanted to have happen. Was Roz coming to visit, Flash moving, and Cecil being evil was pretty much the only two things that I was like, I need these two things to really happen, and everything else would be nice, but it's not like necessary. My AC has cooled a lot of things down sufficiently, so I'm going to turn it off for a while. Hopefully this is better for you guys on the stream. Forgot about his face. I like started to do it and then stopped. It's not like I'm putting myself down about it, Arameus. It's just that I'm like my harshest critic a lot of the time for these boys specifically, but yeah. I'm always like, anytime I do any art related things, I'm constantly thinking of what I could have done differently. At this point in my life, I do that a lot. Also, Laximus, hello. Welcome. But yeah, I'm like, for example, this is like, I don't know how common this is. I imagine fairly common, but sometimes I'll see people who will like draw a thing and then use that art that they've made as like they'll make art to put around their own house, or like they'll draw their own phone background or that sort of thing, and I can't do those things. Because the second I finish something, if I look at it again after the fact, I will like immediately notice, oh, I don't like this, I could do this better. And so to put a thing that I've made in a place where I will see it often will do nothing but irritate me. Because I'll just constantly be looking at it like, oh, I could have done this differently, and I should have done this differently, and all that sort of thing. So yeah, all that to say, I usually am pretty hard on myself about the things that I make, so. Part of that also kind of comes from like posting things online all the time. Is that it would like stress me out or whatever when seeing stuff, like the numbers for stuff at first, you know, and be constantly worried like, are people gonna like this thing that I've made? Have I done enough? So part of that would be like, all right, I've made this thing, I'm gonna post it, and then I'm not gonna look at it. I'm just gonna see what people say, and then that's it. I'm curious about if this will look better like this. I don't hate it. I think I like the other one better though. I'm doing another layer of shadows because I can. Gray, please. Gray, please. I was like looking for games to play the other day, and it occurred to me that I am not like super looking forward to any games at the moment. I was wondering if you guys had any games you're looking forward to, like video games. The only one that I could think of that like might come out kind of soon. I honestly don't know. I follow the developer on Twitter, and I feel like it could happen in a month or like in 8 years. You never know. It's a game called Bear and Breakfast. Hasn't come out yet, but it's like building a B&B in the woods, and you're a bear. That's it. It seems pretty delightful though. The art's really good. But while I was like looking for stuff to play, I started up this game. I think it's called In Other Waters. I don't know. I didn't make it very far into it, and I kind of stopped. But you're like navigating underwater. A person. It was like in a scuba suit or something. It's kind of cool. The whole aesthetic of it is pretty neat. It feels like you're plotting points and doing stuff, I guess. But really, it's like not anywhere near as complicated as that. But it was making me consider restarting a game because I don't at all remember how to play the game. But it's called Hacknet, and I remember it being very fun. It's like a puzzle game where you're a hacker and you're trying to hack into stuff. It's a puzzle because all of the things that you're hacking have like a way to like, there's like a solution to them, right? Like there's like a way to do it. But the way in which you do the hacking things is you're like actually typing stuff. Like you're not full on hacking, but it's like very close. Which is the reason that I like put off playing it again, is because I don't remember any of the like stuff you need to type to do anything in that game anymore. So if I play it again, I would have to like start from the beginning, which is not usually how you have to go about it for games. It's like, oh yeah, I'll just relearn the controls or whatever. But with this game in particular, it's not so much relearning what buttons do what, it's remembering like, okay, if I type this, this happens. If I type this, another thing happens. Which is like part of the appeal for the game. I just happened to start playing it when I got like very busy with work, so I couldn't really finish it. Like all in one go. But that's a pretty cool game if you're looking for a game about hackers hacking things. Pretty fun. But yeah, there's a bunch of like little like adorable indie games that I have like on my Steam wish list that I just didn't feel like playing. maybe I just need to play those things instead of complaining about not knowing what games to play. Also a game on, I think it's only on itch.io or itch.io, however you want to pronounce it. But I had it open in a tab for the longest time, and I just never really got around to playing it. Like I had it open to download the game or whatever. I just never got around to it. But if I'm remembering correctly, it's called Pet the Pup at the Party or something like that. Which is like an extremely me game, like a game about an extremely me situation, which is probably true for a lot of folks out there, but I'm one of them. The whole point of the game is you're at a party and there's a dog somewhere at the party, and your goal is to find the dog and pet the dog. And that's it. There's like a bunch of different levels. Each level is like a new party with a new dog. But I was considering a while back playing that one on stream at some point. So I don't know if I ever would get around to it. Apparently that's a very speedrunnable game. I've seen it show up in PDQ type stuff. Maybe I will. I'm always kind of like nervous to do game streams on here, even though I did do it once, but it just feels like such a different, like, like the vibe's totally different, you know? Because like part of the reason that I enjoy doing the art streams is getting to chat with everybody and stuff. And it feels like way harder to do that when I'm doing a game stream. Because I'm like focused on what's going on in the game. If that makes sense. Whereas with the art stream, like I miss some of the chat some of the time, but all I really have to do is like look up and generally I can figure out what's going on. But I feel like I have to be like in a certain mood or mindset to really do that for a game stream. Like to be entertaining. Whereas with the art streams, even if I don't especially feel entertaining, I can at least be like kind of chill and relaxing while people are watching me draw stuff. So it's not a complete waste of time. Or that's what I like to tell myself anyways. Hopefully you guys are out there getting something out of this. Whether it be a chill time or you're learning something. Or if you just like having something on in the background so that your pets think that there's someone at your house when you're gone. I'll be that too for you. I guess. Ah. Should do what again? What? I don't even remember what it was I was talking about. Like being noise for pets? Is that what we were talking about? Or like the game streams? I don't know when it was that you left. Oh, he was saying I should play the dog petting game on stream at some point. I did have fun playing Inscription when I did play it on stream. But then I also just really enjoyed that game to begin with, so maybe I'm a little biased there. It's one of those games that feels like I'll have to go back and play it again at some point. Even though I'm not usually the type of person to go back and play games again. Okay, let me do this really fast before I completely forget about it. Okay, please. Peace. Digital mastery is far too generous. But thank you. I'm kind of just making up some of these lights at this point. My goodness, Procreate, please. Respect my gestures. Yeah, kind of just making stuff up at this point, as far as these lights are concerned. But I'm kind of just doing it as a way to round out some of these shapes. They may not all necessarily fit where I'm putting them in terms of like being accurate, but they'll help certain shapes to stand out from other shapes. The main reason I'm doing it. Not everything is going to get a thing, but you know, some of the stuff will get some things. Just add, and we'll blur this layer. Goes above line art. Do highlight thing. Mm-hmm. Still not fully sold on if I like this effect for this piece here. Gray, please. There we go. But yeah, I'm mostly just putting in all these highlights now just to see if I like the way that it looks once they're all in. So I may not actually keep all of these, but I'm just kind of doing it just to see how it looks. But sometimes it's right, come on. Sometimes it's difficult to sort of like guess at what these will look like until they're all there. This is why I do it this way. Oops. I think that's okay. Maybe not this, actually. What about this color? So bad. Yeah, it's probably fine. One other thing. Oh, yes. I need to blur in some of these interior lines as well.